All right, what's up, guys? Thanks for stopping by. I hope you're doing good. What we're doing today is continuing on with our PirateSoftware Game Jam game. Basically, to anyone that doesn't know, the idea of a game jam is just to make a game within a limited rule set and a limited amount of time. And this particular game jam, we can actually show you the jam page in just a moment. This particular game jam is the PirateSoftware game jam, and you're supposed to have 14 days. But just for fun, to make it harder, we're going to do it in half the time. So 7 days. We've been working pretty late recently, so even though this is our day 2, it says 5 hours, 5 days and 14 hours. But anyway, for the jam, we're basically making a game within the theme of shadows and alchemy, and it has to run in a web browser. Yesterday we made this. This is a little prototype of just the beginnings of a game, really. Our idea is to use the theme by basically making a game where we make potions, and that the potions themselves will then create shadows. And we're going to make this game in GB Studio, which means that we're essentially making a Game Boy Color game, which is actually really cool. Whilst that's compiling, so we can show you what we did yesterday, let me just quickly check everything's okay with the stream. Everything looks okay, but seem to be having problems connecting to chat for some reason. I think we're good though. All right, yeah, okay. Everything's working. All right, nice. So, I'll show you a little bit. Well, I'll show you basically everything that we did yesterday. We obviously haven't been putting in super long hours because I've still been making content for Valheim and other videos whilst doing this, but I feel like that's fine because a lot of people in game jams work regular jobs as well. So yeah, we have a 2D top-down little prototype here. I actually forgot we did this just for fun. We made it so that we basically die, which does nothing but just fade to white right now when we go into this pool of lava. But we procedurally generated this little character sprite, and we made this little background, and we have basic move mechanics with collisions and stuff like that because GB Studio actually like has a lot of this stuff sort of ready to go. So aside from this, our actual current build, yesterday we also obviously because we're just getting started, we're still sort of fleshing out some of our ideas, and so basically this is us just kind of like brainstorming along the lines of the theme. What's up, Chase? I am doing well, thanks, bud. Thanks for stopping by. I hope you're doing good. And yeah, so this is us just basically just brainstorming the idea of a game where we basically make potions. That's the alchemy part, and that those potions actually create shadows. So yeah, top-down 2D Game Boy game. where your character is basically useless. The one thing this character is actually good at, some bizarre reason, is making potions. Except they aren't that good at that either, because for whatever reason, every potion they make just creates a shadow. Perhaps depending on the ingredients, the shadow could behave differently. Maybe the shadow created by the potions reduce visibility of anyone inside it. The environment's filled with nasty enemies and monsters that the player cannot defeat, therefore must somehow get around. The only way around an enemy is to create a potion and use it in the right spots. So basically, the idea is essentially, let me actually just create something to illustrate this with. The idea would essentially be that would basically, have some kind of like level like this, like these corridors or whatever, right? And inside it, you could have like a few enemies stationed around, and that basically the character would be this square, for example. That basically the idea is we could loot something sort of that's scattered around the levels, and with these items make a potion that when we throw it somewhere either at the enemy or in a specific spot, it will create a shadow that'll sort of give us the stealth cover we need to go through and progress. And as we go through the level, we just have to find like more stuff to make more potions and create more shadows to get around. This is sort of the general idea. So we really need to get going because we're really limited for time. I actually put the time remaining on the screen so you guys can see it. I want to not stay up crazy late tonight for many reasons, really. Last night we were up till 5 a.m. doing this. I streamed Valheim for several hours, and I also then afterwards streamed game development till 5 in the morning. But today we've been having some technical issues with audio recently, and right now it's only really a temporary fix. So, I don't want to push my luck with these audio issues. Tomorrow I just want to get them fixed. Hopefully it doesn't break during this stream. So I don't want to push it, and it would be good if I could get an earlier night, because we need at some point to do it like at least a few really long streams to get a lot of work done on this game so that we can actually make a functional game within 7 days. So we set up a GitHub project to use for our to-do list and stuff. I think first of all, one of the things we do need is a better testing stage, because we're not testing much with this setup right now. Setup, better testing stage. Also, in the game jam, an essential part of it, if you look at the rules, where is it? Your submission has to contain a game design document, and they're really highly valued in this game design document, which is a really good thing because it's going to help people that are new to making games, like focus on something important. And frankly, it's practice everybody needs, because game design documents are important. I don't think they're necessarily important for a game jam personally, but obviously it's a good thing to practice regardless. So we do need to flesh that out at some point so that we can determine more specifics about the game. I'm not going to do that right now, though. Flesh out game design document from template. I think they actually have a template or something provided as well. So that is something that needs to happen. And we want to prototype just this shadow mechanic as well, because it's like a fundamental part of the design. So okay. We might need to rename that to be a bit more specific. I think we actually should edit this. Prototype shadow creation is really what I meant. Because we put it on our to-do list to create a prototype for the whole system. But I think it's going to be worth just prototyping shadow creation as well. I'm trying to think where we start today. Spending time on creating like a better, more fleshed out test stage almost seems a little frivolous. But at the same time, I think it probably will make us more productive as well. I was thinking about I have this pixel bash tool, which is pretty sick. It's basically like kit bashing, but for pixel art, where there's sort of, you'll see, it basically is like elements of pixel art that you can drag and drop on a canvas and sort of stretch around. And then you have to like color it yourself and stuff like that, but could be a good starting place for some environments potentially. I think one of the main things we definitely do need to look at is, I forget what I was saying now. A lot of this stuff is like massive. Like, we have to bear in mind that this grid is 32 by 32 and working with 8 by 8 tiles. Why can't I zoom in this place with this keyboard? patterns. Bricks. Some of this could be kind of good for essentially just like textures we can use to that's terrible. Yeah, we could use some of this maybe. It's kind of interesting looking. All right. I think something we need to do. I think what we need to start with is the shadow creation. We can do it in this shitty room. In fact, you know what we can't? No, we can create a massive room. Real quick. Just to mess around with shadow creation inside it. That's what we can do. So we definitely want to open up our A sprite to create some artwork and stuff. And the first thing I want to do is basically just create an 8x8 tile. Because in GB Studio, right, which is an engine that allows us to make Game Boy games and stuff, you're so limited on the Game Boy with what you can actually do in terms of how many sprites and stuff like that you can have on the screen. So if you're wanting to sort of affect the environment around, what you don't want to do is, you know, for this idea of sort of like throwing a potion and it creates a shadow, we don't want to do all of that with sprites because it will just overload the game rapidly and everything will start to glitch out. It won't be able to do it. So what we want to do instead is retile the background in real time. So in order to do that, I'm just going to create a single tile that is the darkest possible color in the Game Boy palette, which is basically 4 colors background and slightly different 4 colors for sprites, right? So we're going to do that. Let me just create a new Finder window real quick. And what I'm going to do is we're just going to find that tile that we just made. And then I'm going to open that in A Sprite because what we were just working on when we created it was an A-Sprite project. With this, what we're doing right now is working directly on the image. And what that means is, if we edit this and just like Control S, basically, it just bakes it into the tile, into the actual game asset, and just be instantly changed. So it's just going to be snappier to work like that. So now we've got that. Because there was some other stuff done, I'm going to just do a commit real quick. Create shadow tile. So now we said we're going to real quick just create like a large environment to work in. When I say environment, I'm basically I just talk about level, essentially. So this is our current level that we have a tile map for. And we can just work with this, actually. It's garbage anyway. This was just a test. In fact, one thing that we need to open, I forgot about this. If we go to A-Sprite, go to recent, should have this tile set project. Now, this is a project, not an image. And the reason for that is because we want these layers, because this layer... Wait, why is that double clicking? It's weird. This layer is our actual tile set, because every tile set has to be... Even if we are doing things in color, right? We're working in color, but everything has to be done in just the 4 green colors in order to work in the Game Boy engine, and then you sort of programmatically change the color of things by assigning it to a palette that you create, right? So this is sort of our map, so we know what's what, because this is like not discernible really. So this is so we know what's what for when we are creating our map, right? So this here on the... Oh, you can't see it because my camera's in the way. This here behind the timer and everything. This on the right here is this, essentially. So we can look at this just to make sure we're choosing the right tile. What we're going to do is we're going to change the size of this map. So this is 20 by 18 tiles. I'm not sure what the maximum is, but let's try 80. What's 18 times 4 real quick? Math, 72. Okay. All right, boom. So now we have this. Should just be able to delete that. Yeah, so just to keep things simple, we'll just do a fill with a bucket of grass. And then we can maybe just create some random ponds and stuff in some places. can get some random patches of lava. This doesn't really matter right now. And then we can create some geometry. In fact, let's sort of create the illusion we're on like an island or something. Because we'll kind of should have some collisions around the edges. So it makes sense that you can't sort of walk off the screen, if you know what I mean. We're not really doing level design yet, so it doesn't really matter, but... all right. Let's just leave it at this for now. It doesn't have to be anything special. This is not a level. It's just something to test with. So what I'm now going to do is... not that. We're going to export this tile map as an image. And we're going to go to the game directory. Into the game files. Go to backgrounds. And this here... is the actual folder. So go to backgrounds. Here it is. I think I'm just gonna delete the one we started with. There's literally like no point of keeping it, I feel like. Right? So something we should probably check real quick. What is the max size a background can be in GB Studio? I would assume it's still quite big. Both with width and height of a background must be less than or equal to 2000. Oh, yeah, 2040. That's a lot, considering it's 8x8 tiles, so we don't have to worry about that for now. Okay, so let's look at what we've got in the scene. I just deleted the only trigger we had, so nothing. That's actually good. Let's get our paint bucket out again. Oh god. I wish there was... Oh, there's a bigger brush. At least. Be nice if they actually fleshed this out. To have all different kinds of ways you could paint like entiled. So basically, because of the way the Game Boy works, where you have to start with just those green things, this is us painting on in the engine a palette that we've created in the settings that matches the tile that we're working with. And, you know, we're literally just setting this up as a sort of a testing stage. Hang on, what's what here? I don't even... Well, this is definitely water. And this is definitely water. This is lava. This is lava. I don't know if we will. Right, that's the water tile, isn't it? It doesn't look right. Yeah, so is that. That's good then. All right, perfect. Oh, wrong color palette. Even though it was kind of a total accident with the default background color palette being this like red thing for the bricks, I actually really like the way it kind of looks with those red bricks contrasted against these really colorful tiles that we generated. I wasn't thinking that this is necessarily what the final art style would be. I thought it would go more minimalistic and less noisy. But I'm kind of liking this weird noisy style. With these vibrant colors, so I might stick with it. By the way, if anyone has any questions about anything, either what we're doing specifically or game development in general, ask away. Please, I want to stream more game development because it's a part of my life that I just like haven't really publicly shared in years. And I am actively working on a game. Like this game jam is just like a fun way to get started, just streaming game development by making a game in a week for the lols and just for sort of the experience. But I am like making my game very seriously that I work on when I'm not streaming and making videos and stuff. So yeah, if anyone has any questions, maybe you want to get into game development, maybe you're just interested in something specific that we're doing right now, feel free to ask. I'm just going to go to town now with all this stuff. Oh, shit. That's what I was trying to avoid doing. It'd be really nice if they just made some like big square brushes or something. I wonder actually if there's any like mods or extensions or plugins or whatever that people might have made in GB Studio for painting tiles like this. Because if so, it could save a lot of time. There isn't like a ton of plugins for GB Studio, but I've seen a few. All right, almost there. All right, dude. Are we missing anything? This is not right down there. That is strange. Oh, what's up, Alex? Thanks for stopping by the stream. I hope you're doing good. Hey, Nick, thanks for streaming. Need to go to sleep now. I have tons of questions on creating video games. We'll raise them next time. Oh, hell yeah. I appreciate that. That's really encouraging to hear people being interested. Yeah, have a nice sleep, bud. I will very soon, within the next couple of days, because I don't have long left to make this game, do like a long daytime stream for the game jam. So hopefully we can talk then. All right, let's see how this functions. Oh, we haven't added any collisions yet, so we're gonna be able to walk through walls and stuff. Well, this is one of the nice things about working with GB Studio. Is a lot of this camera stuff is just like set up already. Okay. Let's paint on some collisions as well. Like I said, this is just like a testing stage. So this is very simple. Like if it's red, your character will bump into it and can't go through it. We'll just probably do that as well. I don't really know what we're going to do about lava, to be honest. For now, we'll just make it a collision. Maybe I'll put on that in case we inhale diagonal movement. Could be weird if we leave a hole there. We're going to keep drinking. Oh my god, bro. I think I might look for plugins for painting stuff in their editor. When am I using? I'm using GB Studio. I recently, you know what's so funny about GB Studio is I was working on just like a like just for fun project with a friend. That was kind of like a joke project we're doing for the lols. And during the sort of brainstorming of like what we would do for this like joke project, we was like, oh, wouldn't it be funny if there was like, if it could, we could actually play this on a Game Boy. So I ended up looking into GB Studio. And I was like, oh, this is actually awesome. And I've been in sort of the very early prototype and design stages for a game I've been working on in my spare time on and off for like about a year. And I just got so into GB Studio, it got me thinking about my actual main game and was like, that actually might work with GB Studio as well. Wouldn't that be awesome? So now I've basically just gone head first into GB Studio development as of just like a month or two ago. I've never used it before and I'm absolutely loving it. And yeah, when I was brainstorming with chat for what we would do for this game jam, the PirateSoftware game jam, we pretty much just, everyone just agreed it would be super cool. Now we've got collisions, by the way, so super cool if the jam game was runnable on a Game Boy as well. So here we are. Okay, so now this is our larger test stage setup. This is better. This is nothing. This is not level design or anything like that. None of this art is final. It's all procedurally generated. just with a little bit of palette change in here and there. Yeah, we want this to help prototype out some of the features. So this is good. This is really useful. So set up a better testing stage. We've just done this. So let's commit that and resolve that issue. So that's issue number 12. Where's our GitHub at? Resolve 12. Create larger test area. Push that. And I'll automatically check that off the list. And now we can work on shadow creation. I just bit the bullet and decided I'm going to make a game and just started using GameMaker Studio. That is one of the best decisions you could have ever made in your life. That's where I started, like over, I don't know how long it was, how long ago it was now, but like at least a decade ago, probably a little bit longer. And you know, just after like a year or two of trying to make my own game in GameMaker, I was like doing game development for a living, working for a different company. So I absolutely love GameMaker, and it's the engine I have the most experience using. So yeah, great decision, Preptor, and good luck, mate. If you have any questions about GameMaker, feel free to ask. Okay. Let's... fuck. I just realized a problem. It's okay. So what we want to do is, right... If we go to images, you can see in the bottom left... Oh, I need to move me again. Just let me know if my face is in the way anywhere, chat, and I'll move it. I will sort out the overlay for doing game development at some point. But yeah, in the bottom left, you can see these are our tile sets, right? So this is our shadow that we created. It's just one tile. It's the darkest color in the Game Boy palette. What we want to do is I can demonstrate this. So if I select the scene, right, and you can see here on init, so this is when this scene initializes. I can show you guys what it is we're going to do. So this replace tile at replaces a tile at a specific position. So you can see now all the water's broken. That's because it's all been changed to that tile. That's a specific color. Now, what we going to have to do in order to create this mechanic where we create shadows at specific spots is well, I'll show you something that'll make it more obvious what the issue is. So if I change it to do this tile, right? The limitations of this system are every tile that looks the same will be retiled. So that means we have to create some patches of unique tiles. Your title of Make a Game in 7 Days caught my attention and gave me a little hope I can actually achieve this in a couple of months to a year, learning from very little coding experience. Maybe. You can definitely do whatever it is you're setting yourself, whatever it is you're trying to do game development wise. As long as you're patient enough and don't give up, you can achieve it. How long you can achieve it in, that's going to be like very, very difficult to say without knowing more about specifics and stuff. How long have I been coding? I've been coding on and off for shit. When was it now? I probably started coding around 2012. Basically, how I always wanted to do game development, but I just, for whatever reason, never thought I was like really capable of it. But I went to university years ago as well. It was genuinely so much harder. Like, engines used to be so much harder to use. But I did music technology at university, and when I was doing that, there's an aspect to my bachelor's degree that was like more technical, to do with like making plugins and stuff like that. That was programming, but it wasn't code. It was like visual programming languages. And that was like the most interesting part of the degree to me. So I ended up doing a master's degree to sort of like specialize in that. And that's where I learned to code. So I ended up learning to code in Python and stuff, just like very basic stuff, just in order to create various plugins and scripts and stuff to do with audio processing and stuff. And that's what made me realize that I could actually code. It wasn't as hard as I thought it was. And that was in like 2012. And so after that, I put my mind to learning game development once I graduated from my master's, and I ended up doing it for a living for a few years after that. I'm starting with a basic platformer that I'll probably spend a lot of time refining. It's one of my favorite game types. Nice. Yeah, I think one of the hardest things with game development, by the way, this is like from a different game that I'm working on. It's from my main game. This is like from a prototype room, a test room in my main game, where I'm using the same mechanic. And these are just some like patches of totally unique tiles that I'm just going to steal because this is not like, I don't... I'm trying to think, like, does this really break the rules of a game jam? I don't think it does. In fact, no, you know what? Just out of the... Oh, I'm not recording and I wanted to record this. But just out of the interest of keeping it pure, let's generate some new ones. Fuck it. Just to kind of prove a point that we can. I have like a funny way of like really quickly creating unique tiles for this exact purpose. All right. So this is an app called CryPixels, and it just randomly generates pixels essentially. So we can literally just fill this in. I know we can kind of like, some of this stuff will randomly be empty basically. Right? And some of the other stuff will always not be empty. So what we can actually do is we can put this in 1-bit mode. How many are we going to need? I mean, 100 should be fine for now. This we should be able to. In fact, you know what might be. Yeah, actually, that might we might end up creating some problems with that. It might be a bit too simplistic. Let's try using like something like a seed shape, maybe. Yeah. Yeah, okay. We can work with this. We can export this as a sprite sheet. But we want to do this in a temp directory, really. And then let's open this up in a sprite. We can do a better job than that without this template. Just have to put a little bit more effort in. It's not quite the right size. I don't think you can change the size of templates in this. Why is stuff taking so long? I think my laptop's actually just getting so hot, maybe. Hello? Yeah, what? Okay, create. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, fucking didn't. Oh, we need to mirror it. Yes, like this. Not like that. A lot of these tools are kind of like jank because a lot of them are made either as part of game jams or just like for the lulz to help people with game jams. But I still kind of love them. All right, so what we actually want to do is, yeah, this. We want to like we'll probably actually do it like that. And put it in 1-bit mode. Regenerate. Much better. Sprite sheet export. Padding 0. Save as. Let's actually just. Oh, it won't let us. Oh, will it let us replace it? Replace. Okay. Perfect. It's literally perfect. So, some of these have a chance of clashing. So, first of all, what we want to do is we want to open the color palette for backgrounds. And then we want to replace black with this darkest color in the palette. Let me think about this. But it doesn't matter what color we replace it with, really. But yeah, we'll do it with the darkest one. So we replace it. And now it's all the Game Boy Color instead of straight black. Now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to... Not that. We're going to... Spray. Yeah, basically what we want to do is we want to just randomly draw just in case. I'm not wasting time. Like, loads of these tiles probably worked fine, right? As unique tiles. But I've done this before, and sometimes they don't. And you have to go through one by one. Figuring out which one's not unique enough for it to work. And then just add in random pixels to it then. And that essentially makes no sense when we can just like kind of randomly do this. So it looks completely fucking insane. Oh, you know what, actually? What we should do is we should replace this color with this color. And then we should, with this color, create a new layer. Because you can't have transparency either. So boom. These are our unique tiles. So, can I... trying to think the best way to do this now. Let's open this. We could do with a place to put this, really. I think what we actually need to do is we open this in A-Sprite, and then in the game, oh, this is in the wrong game. We need to level 1 tile set. Here's what we need to do. We need to open the level 1 tile set. What I'm basically doing to explain is now we've created those random tiles. They need to be baked in to the background. And we need to be able to place them where we want them. So we're sort of figuring out a way to make this an actual you know, workflow basically. So what we essentially need to do is we need to create a new tile set. We basically need to add this tile set onto that tile set. Which frankly it makes the most sense to just I guess we just increase the height by 8. And oh shit. Let me close that. Too scared that I've changed something. Let's reopen it. Let's just drop these here in the bottom. I haven't got started. Well, so here's the thing. I usually do my game design documents in Obsidian. I haven't. All I've done is write rough notes in Obsidian so far. I haven't started the proper game design document yet because I'm sort of prototyping a few fundamental mechanics before I sort of lock into design stuff. I purposely decided to start the jam halfway through just for the extra lols, the extra challenge. So this is actually only my second day. I'm going to start doing serious work on the game design document within the next couple of days because I feel like I don't want to set things in stone in the game design document and then them essentially fundamentally not be possible. You know what I mean? Are you taking part in the jam, dude? Okay. Local jams? Nice. We might need to create something. Oh, you know what we can do? This would actually be awesome to do. We can create a key. Like this. So we know what's what. This is gonna speed things up a little bit. That's right, isn't it? Because we're working with GB Studio, right? Everything we import has to be in the OG Game Boy Color palette, and then you recolor it afterwards. So this is like some tiles after recoloring. We're not even using this color actually, but in this one, changed our minds on that. But this is going to help us just identify which is which is kind of cool, because this, we're just going to actually, let me close this first. This should be fine. Because now we overwrite this, and then we go to tile. Tile's gonna start freaking the fuck out for sure. But yeah, boo. Nice. So now we see this is our new tile set, and this our new level 1 tile map is completely broken now, but it's fine. That's actually not true, James, and I'll show you why. DVD Studio doesn't work like that. Well, let me just get rid of this example that I created for retiling. Look. Yeah, I'm making a Game Boy Color game, but you still have to import things in the regular Game Boy Color palette and then color them afterwards, basically. Okay, so now what we want to do is we're kind of just wait, hang on. If I undo all of this, is there a way I can actually is there a way I can edit what tile these are assigned to without having to redo the whole thing? Can I? Is there a way to kind of view that information? It doesn't really matter. I've switched them up in the PNG True. We could do that. Yeah, fuck it, let's do that. It'll just be faster. Yeah. Hang on, let me actually find the image we're now working from. Open that in Sprite. It's so bad not being on a normal keyboard and mouse setup so I can stream this. Fucking hell. Right. So what we can do is we can move this up to here. And then move this. Albeit. Oh my god. Yep. Back though. Yeah, let's move this first. All right. Okay. So we'll get shit. So now the point in this was that we can now create patches of unique tiles that we can use for retiling. So it's gonna be a weird one to keep track of doing it like this, but let's just start just for the sake of test purposes. I think we'll just go from left to right for now. Oh, this is going to be super annoying to keep track of, but whatever. I don't care right now. I just want to create a patch for the time being. Because we just need to build out this specific mechanic in game. We need to export this out. I was thinking about this. What's going on here? The fuck? Oh, did I randomly do that by accident? I must have. That's pretty funny. All right. So now on init. Well, we don't need to bother covering up the tiles to start with because we're just testing it, right? So let's do something like let's add an actor. And let's... Oh, you know what we need to do? We need to create a classic. Like an all-time game development classic. Of just a blank PNG. And then do this. Love to continue watching where I have to go to sleep. Excited to see where it's going. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that, Simon. Yeah, shout out to anyone that's actually stopped by the stream tonight. I'm not sure who in chat watches my Valheim content and who is just stopped by for game development stuff. But either way, that's it's awesome that anyone's interested in watching me do this because it's not my usual thing. I've always been a game developer and I just decided to just start streaming it with this game jam for the lols. So really appreciate anyone's interest. And yeah, thanks a lot for stopping by. Have a good night. And yeah, if anyone watching is also a game developer, good luck with whatever you're working on. I'm gonna hide don't hide the overlay, hide the actor on start, and I'm also gonna disable collisions. set active collision to disable and start as well. This is good to watch. Thank you. I appreciate that. Hey, Nick Rockliffe, been a minute since I caught your Valheim streams. Really cool to know you're into game dev. Oh, thanks, dude. Yeah, it used to be what I did for a living before I got into doing YouTube and stuff. So I'm going to use this actor as sort of our controller actor so that we can actually run scripts, you know, on update, which is, you know, basically every frame, so that we can do stuff like this. So when, wait, no, if attach script to button, that's a good thing to do. This is really good. So what we can do is we can say when you press A, retile, replace tile at position. And we have this shadow tile, and so we're gonna go with 20 and 8. So what this is accomplishing, if you guys remember, in our GitHub project, we're supposed to be working on prototyping shadow creation. So this is what this is doing right now. So then we want 21.7. So I'm going to duplicate this. 21.7. 22.7. We're doing this in a really messy order, but it is what it is. 21.08 is a game jam. 22.8. 23.8. We're sensing a pattern. $21.9. This one should be $22.9. Right, so now what this should accomplish is when we press A, we retile this area to be blank, which is currently our shadow tile. Now, the only thing about this is it shares the same palette, right? So what I was thinking is the way we can create the illusion of these being shadows, because this is all based around, in case anyone doesn't know, let me just do like a brief summary, right? So the game jam we're competing in, you got the time remaining at the top of the screen, right? The theme is shadows and alchemy. So we're trying to make a game where there'll be enemies dotted around levels, right? And the only way you can get past them is by throwing a potion like a grenade that when it explodes will create a shadow. And the alchemy part of that will be that you'll have to craft those potions. So the levels will be like a bit of an Easter egg hunt to find ingredients to make a potion, and then using the potion to then progress through the zone to the next area, right? So the problem is we're making essentially a Game Boy Color game. And Game Boy games are extremely limited by what can go on screen. So down here, right, this is the number of actors that can be in a scene. So the maximum is 20, right? So that actors you would use to run scripts in real time, but usually it would be some sort of interactable object or enemy or character or NPC or something. We can have 96 sprites and 30 triggers. Triggers are just like zones that you can place down like this. And like if you go in, you can run scripts. And when you leave, go out of it, you can run scripts. That is essentially all you can really do. So the way to accomplish sort of recoloring a level, i.e. creating shadows, is by redrawing the background, because you can actually draw a large amount of background tiles. But there is a limit of 192 unique background tiles. The problem is if we just retile like this tile here to be our shadow tile, it'll retile all grass tiles. Every tile that looks like this, it'll retile it. So we have to create a map that has unique tiles in it. We can hide the unique tiles because it only stores the background on init. So you can retile it when the game launches, so you'll never see that this is a unique tile. But it needs to be a unique tile that we can recolor. I don't know if you're following the logic so far. It's kind of complicated. So we have to create our shadows in the game to progress will have to be in unique locations that we specifically tile in the level design. But that's fine because it makes sense anyway, right? So that means that our unique tiles have to be part of the background. What we can do is we can take a color out of whatever background tiles. So they can be colored with 3 colors, not 4. And save 1 color in the palette for the shadow. So the best way to accomplish that would be to go to our directory, go to our tile set, open this in a sprite, and then in a sprite we go to the grass tile, for example, and we just select the next darkest tile and essentially just do this. Now if we save this and we go back to our tile map, has this actually done it here? I think it has, right? Yep. So now this should all be missing the darkest tile, the darkest color it is. So now what we need to do is we need to re-export this. Again, we're going to be doing this a lot. We'll overwrite that, replace it, export, replace. So now when we go back to the engine, you can see we've sort of lost a tile, right? So now, when we run the game, it looks like this. So, barely noticeable. We can easily redo what any tile looks like for this to work. So now this is still that dark color. Then what we do is, we go to our palettes, and we select our grass palette, and we just make the darkest tile black. Now, it looks a bit weird because we're not hiding this. But now, when I press A, this is black. And it works. It's a shadow, basically. So we kind of need to finish this off by... Let me think about the fastest way of doing this. If I take this script and we'll group it and we'll call it shadow or something like that. Wait, no, group. Then group. Shadow. And we'll bin all this in here. Minimize that. And I'll copy this group. And we can create our own script here on the left. And we can chuck that all in here. Replace script. And this is all the same shit here. Call that shadow for now. And what we can then do is... Let me just view real quick what our tile directory looks like, because... Okay. Oh shit. What have I done? I think what we should do is create a different tile set just for recovering unique areas, because it's gonna get too complicated otherwise, probably. So we actually already have an A-Sprite project for this, right? Which is like what it was like earlier. We'll just take this for now. And we'll export this again. I'm gonna sneeze. Excuse me. So we'll just call this level 1 retiles or something like that. Thank you, Jeremiah. And what so this is we're basically just exporting just this, right? And what this is going to allow us to do is just have like a simpler tile set to work with for retiling. So that should be tile number 4. No, number 3. So it'd just be like 1, 2, 3, I believe is how it works in GB Studio. So now, if we... This is our new script that we created by copying it. If we change this to be this instead. And it should be tile number 3. grass. Wait, no, it'll be 2, won't it? 'Cause it'll start at 0, I think. Yeah, it starts at 0, so it's 2. Fuck. Put 32 then. That definitely wouldn't have worked. So now, that should be it for this script that we created. And what we can do is we can select the scene, and on init, we can call a script. And we'll put it before the fade in so you never see this happen. And we'll select our shadow script. So what this will do is... Oh. You know what's funny? We're working from the old tile that we changed. Almost there. Tiles, retiles, open this with a sprite. Bro. What the fuck? It's the bottom left one, right? Yeah, so we need to... Right, let's run the game again. It's kind of funny. Boom. It hides it. So now we've successfully accomplished our task of prototyping. Boom. Creating a shadow. Pretty cool. Can't really do anything else with it. But that is what we wanted to do. We wanted to figure out creating a shadow dynamically. So we need to do a commit now. Because we prototyped shadow creation. So it resolves number 14. All right. So eventually, we want that mechanic to be tied to throwing a potion at that spot. So the next things we've got ingredients looting prototype, potion crafting prototype, potion created shadow prototype. We probably actually just need a throw-in potion like aspect of this too, don't we? Which can do that now. And once all these systems are built, it becomes about building content, building levels and stuff. And then just refining it all, really. So we can do this now. I think the first thing we want you guys are gonna laugh about what I'm about to say probably. I think the first thing we want is a potion sprite. And I just so happen to know of a tool for procedurally generating potions. And I'm not kidding. Icon machine. Potions. Ooh, they only do 16 by 16 potions though. Oh no, that's... That means this potion would be... Ooh, that's a nice looking potion actually. That means that the potion would be twice the size of... no, not twice. The same size of our character. These are all kind of good. This isn't exactly right, though. We'll have to do some work on any of these. Well, we could use this tool to make a shitload of them. Which is great, because that's what we want. We could maybe even have it randomly select a potion bottle. Or what? What if as you're throwing them, it just randomly selects different potion bottles? So yeah, it's all just like, yeah, that would actually be kind of a funny thing to figure out. This did not set up for Game Boy though. So for now, let's just get one of these random ones. Just when it looks right, we'll choose the next one that looks good. I feel like it's not. That did actually look really cool, but. That looks too much like a dick. Now all these just seem like dicks to me now. That's good. Let's just create a shortcut for this. Okay, dude. It's not quite as simple as just procedurally generating stuff because we're making a Game Boy game here. So, let's start by doing this. Let's open the Game Boy sprite palette. Let's... yeah, we want it in that color order because this, with sprites, this color here, this end color ends up being the transparency. So you actually lose a color when you make sprites because one color is used as a transparency value. So now what we're going to do, this needs to be an A sprite project because it's going to be a little bit of work at least. So characters, environment, props, items. That's what it is, isn't it? A sprite, files. Yeah, potion, whatever. Boom. We can close all this stuff now. So, first things first. Create a new layer. Background is this. That's how we get transparency. We can recolor everything here, but if we just do edit, recolor, and we can just black just all the zeros, it's not complicated. Select this color in the palette. Do that. So now that should be oh, did that even work? Oh, I think, is it, did I have to select the correct layer? Yes, I do. Yeah, so that's now good. So now we really need to think about this. There's no way we can't have all of this color. So how the fuck is this gonna work? We're now left with 2 colors to work with. And it seems pretty obvious to me that one has to be the cork. And then these will have to be transparent. Yeah. And then everything else will have to be the potion. I'm just thinking if there's a way to get this highlight that makes it look like glass, because it is the most important bit light-wise, but I don't think that... Let's not worry about it right now. This'll work, I think. Let's try it. Export. Now we need to go to the actual game directory, sprites, and let's call it sp_potion. I just thought of something. This could be fucking awesome. Let's go to palettes. Let's make sure we're actually doing the... Oh, dude. Yeah, Throne Potion prototype, right. So, let's create a new palette called Potion 1. We could actually make it so the darkest one is actually slightly off-white. Yeah, and then this. Sort of like a cork colorish. And then let's just test a red potion for now. So then we go to sprites, potion, and we want to select, oh, we need to assign it to one of these default sprite palettes. So basically this is, the default sprite palettes are like when you create a sprite in the engine, which is what you're doing here, you can assign it a default palette. They can be changed in real time. Wait, why is that red as well? I'm going to just create a test actor and assign it as potion so we can see what it really looks like. Okay, it's not quite right. Oh, why did I do that? I knew that wasn't right when I did it. Dummy. Okay, that works. It's definitely very big. It is for the PirateSoftware game jam. Yeah, that's right. I might do some work on my main game before I end the stream tonight, though, because I've been making sure I chip away at it at least a little bit every night, even if I don't do a full day. And I didn't do it last night because I was working on this. Oh, nice. Well, thanks for stopping by, bud. Yeah, we've got about 6 more days left. The time's at the top of the screen for the PirateSoftware jam. Let me quickly see if this is going to look better. If I... do this maybe. Sort of. We could always work on that. Probably does look a little bit better. But anyway, this is just a test actor. What we actually want to do is Yeah, we're creating throwing potions prototype. So what we want to do is, again, we want to attach script to button, and just because we've got the current testing on A, we'll put this on B for now. Create projectile. What's it called? Launch projectile. Projectile potion. Let me quickly check my potion sprite. I don't think it has... It shouldn't have any animations set up. Yeah, it doesn't. Good. That's what we actually want for now. Source player. Launch at... We probably want it to be actor direction. Let's see what this is like. Well, it doesn't go with our direction. Okay, that doesn't really work, does it? Direction. Oh, is that why? Hell yeah. We're firing potions. Woo. Things is finally starting to get kind of fun. Oh my god, did you see us? Oh no, I thought we overloaded the amount of sprites on the screen and it started glitching out. Which is a chance we did, but I doubt it. So, first thought of this, it's a little slow. You would think this is... Animation speed. And then speed. Oh, what's the difference here, I wonder? So what does the other speed value do? This doesn't... Okay. Whoa. Oh, I get it. The animation speed is if this has an animation to play. I get it now. That's pretty cool. I just thought of something pretty ambitious, but I wonder if I could animate this sprite to look like it was being thrown. I think that's a pretty good speed. I think slower is way too slow. We can create a custom speed always, but that's too slow. I think 4 is maybe a bit too fast. Go 3 for now. Doesn't have to be perfect yet. We're still just figuring stuff out. Oh, shit. Okay, so... now, our prototype, when I press A, or B, throw potions, when I press A, we activate a shadow. So that means we've officially accomplished our throwing potion prototype, which is number 15. So we need to do a commit on this. Resolves number 15. Create throw potion prototype. It would be nice now to make it so the shadow was created by the potion. So, I was thinking with this, could we make the projectiles there needs to be some sort of collision. Which I think means that you can't do like any collisions with triggers. So it means we have to use another actor. And this actor would have to have a collision that was the same. Ah, shit. You can't do precise collisions in GB Studio, I don't think. Let's call this Shadow Collision. Is collision... Hang on. Define word. Two L's, isn't it? Make this guy blank. you can only have collision boxes be square. I suppose it's not necessarily a problem because this cannot be a square. The shadow, right? Yeah, it'll still be all right. Do you guys understand what I'm saying? Basically, like, in order to create a collision box, this isn't a collision box, but I'll use a trigger as an example because it's a box. For a shape like this, the collision would end up having to be something like this. So that even if it hit here, it would change it. There's quite a minor problem right now, considering we could potentially have it that all of the shadow positions are square anyway. You know what I mean? Because if you think about it, how we've got it sort of set up right now, you can't see it anyway. So yeah, it doesn't matter what shape the collision is, does it really? So it should be fine. So you could do it in 2 collision boxes, right? You're totally right about that. But the fucked up thing about that is, because this is essentially running in a fake Game Boy, and it's a Game Boy game, we're limited to 20 actors per scene and 96 sprites per scene. And in order to create another collision box in this area, we'd have to add another actor, which would therefore count as another sprite as well. It's really the actor count I'm more concerned about. It's really going to end up dramatically limiting what's going on in the scene. So we really need to use as few as possible. But it'll be fine because you won't be able to see it anyway. That's the design problem for later. Later me. Later us. So I think what I'm going to do now is, if I create a sprite that is 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. So 8, 16, 32. By 24. And then I just for now do this. SP shadow collision, and then we go into GB Studio, into Sprite Manager, and we go with the shadow collision sprite, which is basically nothing. Oh fuck! It's so annoying that it works like this. I forgot. This actually is pointless. Doesn't need to be like that anyway. We can 100% just be an 8x8 tile. Because if it's just the same color over and over again, you can just tile it on like this. It's actually a really good way to save memory and stuff. Right, so now we've basically set up this sprite, which is just a box. And let's just put it on fixed direction. Doesn't need any animations or anything like that. So then this is the collision box for it. So we're going to want to basically do like -8. And then it want to be like 32 wide, right? And then it's going to be -16, it looks like, from the center. And 24 height. Oh, well, it does it that way, so. Oh, what the fuck am I talking about? The canvas size isn't set up right. 32 by 24. Wait, what the fuck is going on here? Doesn't look right. Oh, it is though. So something isn't right in this editor, is it? Yeah, it isn't. Oh, I know why. 32 by 24. Yeah, it's because we already painted it on and it stays on the screen even though it's not there. Okay. Right. So, anyway. Now that's lined up, we can just fucking delete this. It doesn't make a difference. Okay. So now on this object, doesn't have a collision group. Let's set it to 3. And then on projectile, on update, oh, it can collide with multiple things. That's what I want. So we'll do 1 and 3. So 1 can be just everything else. One of the things I don't get with this kind of stuff is why don't projectiles automatically get deleted when they hit walls? Well, I guess we'll come to that at a different point. So it can collide with multiple things. It doesn't have to just be one type of thing. So 3 will be for that. So what that means is then... Oh, this belongs... Hang on. Let's just start with 1 for now. So this is going to be in collision group 1. It collides with 1. But it belongs to 3. And then we can do on hit by group 3. We have a script for this already, right? So call script shadow. Is that it? Fucking pressed the wrong button, didn't I? Oh. Right. The shadow script. The shadow script should really be called hide shadows. Hide shadow 1. Because that's so fucking confusing. What we actually want now is on init. No. On update. Yes, this here. We've not saved this as a script yet. Let's create a new script. Create shadow 1. And then on hit create shadow 1. It's gonna work. Hey! But we collide with it. So this is a weird thing about it, though, that we need to figure out. That is very pog that works. But now let me see if this messes things up, because can I do on init hide actor and set actor collisions to disable? It should still collide with a projectile if I'm not mistaken. It doesn't. So this is collision group 1. So this is where we start to get into pretty scuffed territory. Because I can think of a fix for this. What if we disable the collisions? And if I press B, what if pressing B enables collision? We put this first on the shadow collision. Is this a problem? Works. Um, um, it's gonna start getting a little bit scuffed. I think it's not. This isn't a good solution. There should be a way of doing something though that I just need to learn about, where only projectiles. Wait, I wonder what happens if we do this. Let me just test this real quick. Yep. Oh, that works. Interesting. So now if I make it so when you actually press the button, it turns the collisions on. Again. Like we just had it set up. So the collisions are on right now, right? So that works. If I walk through it, when I hit it, it disables the collisions. So this just... You get kind of stuck if you're running through it. Trying to spam a potion, which is funny. Yeah, this is still not quite right. It's getting there, though. You know what's funny? Is I wonder if it's being hit. Because basically, right, the main problem with this is if we're in it, we need to be able to see this real quick. If we're standing in it, it doesn't work. Wait, it does work. It does work. Wait, so is this fine then? We're getting stuck. We're just spamming it, but the thing is, you could also just have like a global variable or something that was called shadow 1 activated. Which is created in the bottom left there. And just have it so that when this does this, it also does true. Variable set to true. Shadow 1 activated is now set to true. And then when you throw the potion, it only needs to enable the collision if it's not already, if the shadow is not activated, right? So it could be like if false. Enable the collision, otherwise not do anything. And then that might fix the problem. So that's good. Sometimes it doesn't work right away though, which I don't get. Well, now we've fixed this problem. That's perfect. This is a really minor glitch to get hung up on, and at this point we should really move past it because well, it wasn't so minor when we couldn't walk through it, but now we can, it's fine. But I guess here it's not really colliding, is it? So what I don't get is that if you spam it, it works. Doesn't make any sense. Figured out a lot along the way. Yeah, definitely. This is really good, though. It's a little weird that standing in it and just throwing one doesn't really do anything. I'm still a little bemused by that. Oh, but I think I have I was thinking about doing a different fix for that. Hang on. On hit by player. Disable. Right, but also you could do you do attach scripter button B on press, and you could also do if true. So you could do if shadow 1 is activated, basically. You could then also just call the script, right? To create the shadow. Is this a problem? It doesn't make a difference, right? This just makes it that if we press B whilst we're in there, and the shadow is activated. Oh no, but it won't. Well, maybe it does work. Let me try it. It might not register because it might not work with the collision, but yeah, that's exactly the problem. I think I'm close to figuring this out anyway, actually. Wait. I think I know what's happening. Let me think about this. So it's stopping us from doing it. It's not stopping us from doing it. It's being deleted instantaneously, but it's not. That's what I think is going on. Like, I know why. It's because it's overwriting it. That's why it's stopping working. I think that we can't do it like that. If this, so, we need to not do this here. This all needs to be done on this button press. So, but that's not possible. You can't do collisions here. Or can we? What if we created a variable that was called in shadow? And then if this was hit by the player, oh no, this doesn't work. It would have to be a trigger. So you'd have to create a trigger. And then you'll do on enter true. Variable set to true. And on leave variable set to false. Right. So then now the whole game knows we've got a global variable for if we're in a shadow. So if the shadow is not activated and we press B, and the problem with this is, hypothetically, is that if we have multiple shadows, we'd have to have a variable for every shadow. But to be honest, that's fine. And that's a future problem. So yeah, if shadow's not activated, and if we're in the shadow, we call the script create shadow. So then it doesn't matter, because it doesn't, who cares if a projectile is created? It doesn't make a difference. It's not gonna, the player's not gonna know that this isn't actually being triggered by the projectile hitting it. It's just gonna happen when you press the button to throw the projectile. If you're standing in the shadow, it'll just create the shadow. And in fact, in this scenario as well, you probably want to report that guy. Let's go. Okay. We want to, yeah, shadow 1 activated, true. So then, yeah, over here on update, create shadow, and then just do set shadow 1 activate to true. Let me just double check the order of this again. Create shadow and then activate. That's exactly what we just did, right? Create shadow and then activate. Okay, cool. So now, if we're standing here, boom, instant. Fixed. This just means that hypothetically, every shadow needs a trigger, and every shadow think will need a variable as well. Well, that's fine for whether you're in it or not. I thought if it was activated. But I think that's fine. Certainly is for the game jam anyway. If this was like a game I was planning on doing on maybe a larger scale, maybe I'd rethink this, but I think that's actually fine. So basically you would want to rename to be in shadow 1, shadow 1 activated. What was the other variable we have? Or is that it? Yeah, that's it. That's fine. Each shadow needs 2 variables and a trigger. That's okay. Right. That's really good. We just fixed 2 bugs that we really didn't need to fix. But hey, you get a lot of points for polish, they said. Still kind of bothering me that the potions aren't getting deleted when they hit walls. I don't understand the logic of that. Like what? They have, that has to be a thing. We need to look that up in the documentation probably, or just Google it. But I think we're now officially done with potion created shadow prototype, which I didn't even think we would get done tonight. So yeah, we should do a commit for that. So we definitely need to dig into the game design document now, because, well, not now, but soon, because you get evaluated based on your game design document and your game. It's like almost a 50-50 thing. Also, the game design document's easier, but it's a thing. So we're not, in fact, before we do that, I think what the plan should be, right? It should be to basically, yeah, we need to prototype ingredients looting prototype and potion crafting prototype. Once we can have the whole cycle of going from loot ingredient, craft potion, grow potion, potion activate shadow, then I think we know 100% this idea works and is right, and we're on the right track, and then we can dig in with the game design doc, because you can sit and write an amazing game design doc for a game that's not possible to make. So yeah, we can actually even now trigger. Let's name this trigger actually, so we know what it is. We can now go into here on an update. We can actually instead of just we don't need to instantly be able to create a shadow anymore. So we can change this so that Throwing Potion is now on A, and we just don't have a button mapped to instantly hide in the shadow. Because that's kind of weird. And then we can on init we can call the script to hide the shadow again. Yeah, a little bit more polish. We need to decide in the game design document if and how we're sort of going to mark these spots where they create shadows by throwing potions. Yeah, really good progress. Honestly, one of the simplest things of this game is probably going to be like just the enemies. So I'm not too worried about that. Once we've prototyped and figured out the looting and crafting mechanics, basic UI stuff's easy. I think like we're gonna be able to just fly through, just like making levels and assets. So yeah, next steps it's literally gonna be in this to-do list order basically. Ingredients looting prototype, potion crafting prototype. Once that whole you know, in fact we should probably add something like link potion systems, whatever, just link systems together basically, because there's no point. You're better off breaking it up into little chunks. But basically if we just work through it in this order like this, it's great. Ingredients looting prototype, so we'll just be like scattering some collectibles around that we can loot somehow. I was thinking like maybe they could even be in chests or something like that, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. That doesn't really matter yet. It's more like post design document stuff. And then yeah, so we do ingredients looting prototype to get those mechanics down, which a key part of that, by the way, it sounds simple. It's not that simple, because we'll need some kind of inventory system, which I actually have never even done in GB Studio before, so I don't even know if there's a way to do like data structures or anything in it. Presumably something like that is possible. So we do that, looting ingredients, then we make potion crafting, which that's probably going to be one of the easiest bits, because it's literally going to be like, check your inventory if possible, remove these things, add this thing. So the first bit's more important. And then we just need to link all the systems together so that you can't throw potions unless you've crafted them, unless you have them in your inventory, and you won't have them unless you've crafted them. And once we've figured that out, those are all the fundamentals of the game done. So then we can flesh out the game design document after that. Because like I said, I'm not fleshing out a game design document to only need to rewrite it all later, because the ideas we thought of we can't do within a few days. You know what I'm saying? So I smashed it. I think I'm going to leave it. I'm not going to end the stream. I think I'm going to leave the work on the jam game there for this evening, and then just do a little bit of time. I'm trying to get a little bit of something done on my game every night. Even if I just spend half an hour to an hour, I just like to get at least something done. So I'm always working towards progress. So we're going to keep streaming, and I'm just going to quickly end the stream just by doing half an hour to an hour, probably working on my game. So yeah, I'll be right back. I just need to quickly go to the bathroom, and we'll crack on with some more game development on my main game before we wrap up. So I'll see you in a minute. All right. Let's skip this track. It's a little too weird for my vibes right now. Why are we stuck in Fez mode? The playlist is supposed to be... Oh, it wasn't on shuffle. There we go. It's supposed to be on shuffle. Okay. I can stop recording because this doesn't matter. But oh yeah, by the way, so because I'm listening to game soundtracks, I keep getting like, they keep getting claimed basically, the stream so far. But I don't know, I just love listening to game soundtracks. Also work on games. Okay, so let me just quickly change over to this project, my main game. Let me just restart GB Studio. Wait, was there any commits I needed to do? That's fine. Right, let's change over to Earth and Heart. Let's like close some of this stuff that we're not like using as well. I don't really. It's gonna get a little confusing. Having stuff open on different projects and that. Cool. All right, so let me just see where I'm at. Let's look at some dev tasks. Make new villager move into buildable house. Yes. Create selectable villager, playable villager system. Link villager arrival with villager selection. Recall house tiles with built. Oh, well. Yeah. Consider allowing player to select from different lot layouts per village screen. Why is the music stopped? The fuck? YouTube's just being weird. Shuffle. Shuffle is off. Shuffle is on. Right. Make village engine screen, yeah. That's the one we added by accident. Okay, so make new villager move into buildable house. That's really the main thing that we're working on. So, there's not much to my game yet. I've, not spent, well, I spent quite a lot of hours on the game in total, but a lot of it the entire time I've just been working on the design and also various prototypes in different engines for all different kinds of systems that the game is going to rely on. But I recently decided to use GB Studio instead. So we're kind of early days of this stuff. But basically, to summarize the game in a nutshell, in fact, I don't want to give too much away, so let's cross the bridge until you see more of the game as we get further. But basically, there's going to be an almost Stardew, not Stardew Valley, but it's like a villager, Stardew Valley-esque, let's say. It's not really like Stardew Valley, but you're essentially operating a village, let's say, right? So what I want a mechanic right here. See, we can go to these plots and we can build houses on them. I want it so that if there is an available house, a new villager arrives at the village. I think if I open the debugger, I already created variables. Yeah, villager slots. You can see if we add a house, I think that slot goes up. Yeah, it does. So, I think it makes sense to have a room that is essentially the entrance to the village. So I'll just tag these correctly. Make villager entrance scene is what we need to do. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a scene. I'll place it here for now. And we'll call this village entrance. And I'll assign it a background. We should have one that is just fine, I think. A little bit OTT with the grass and stuff for this scene, but it doesn't really matter. Is there maybe a fast and quick way I can generate something that sort of at least a little bit resembles a gateway? Yeah, fuck it. Something like that I'll do for now. I don't know. It's so fucking annoying that with this. You know what? Let me grab my other keyboard. I'm not using the normal keyboard I use with my Mac. And it's kind of pissing me off. Yeah. Right. So, so this should probably be like 10 tiles wide at the absolute most. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's the height of a player, so within it of a character. So let's just go like double that. Export to clipboard. New. Okay. Good. I guess I think they'll do this as a sprite. Kind of doing this the wrong way, really. So let's recolor this. Right. This is actually gonna end up looking kind of shit, but it is what it is. It's just because we're so limited to colors and stuff. Yeah, I think we kind of have to do it like this. Well, actually, these darker bits. Actually, yeah, you know what? And still do it like this. And we'll maintain some sort of depth. Yeah, that's actually kind of all right. Design, art, a sprite, props, town entrance. Export. Game assets. Sprites. SP underscore village. Entrance, yeah. Okay. Let's real quick move our starting room to this scene. What the hell are we listening to right now? Oh, is this one of them things where I've added the Minecraft soundtrack and it's like some cursed disc that's in the game? It is. All right. Let's add an actor. Let's call it entrance or something like that. Let's give it the village entrance sprite. Oh, it's might. Let's see how this works. Actually, it might end up having to be a different size. This isn't good. It needs to be... The sprite's fucked. It's not exactly in like multiples of 8, so it's gonna be really jank. Oh, it's actually really close to being all right though. So actually it's going to be fine. Just need to bring everything over 1. And then bring everything up 1. Canvas size. It's that dumbass fucking pixel bash tool. So often things end up being like 1 pixel out from what it looks like it should be. But it is like a beta or something. So. But now. Thanks, Asmo. I appreciate that, mate. I'm actually on stream. I'm working on a jam game, but what I'm doing right now is I make myself work on my game at least a little bit every day. So I'm just putting my time in to work on my own game a little bit. Just before I wrap the stream up. That works. Nice. We don't really need collisions or anything for this, but let's actually hang on. Maybe I can just assign it something like that. Yeah, but it doesn't look great for now, but it's functional. Yeah, this stream has been for me making a game jam game. That I'm making it where I'm making a game in 7 days. I'm just ending the stream, putting in like between 30 minutes to an hour on my game, because I spend 2 full days a week on my game. As of a few weeks ago, I started doing that religiously. In the past, I was just doing it sort of as and when, but now I'm doing it religiously, like 2 full days a week. But every single day, I tried to put like at least like an hour in, sometimes a few hours. So we're just putting a little bit of time in now. We're not going to spend that much time on it. So what I'm actually doing at the minute is like my game is like sort of a little bit of a there's a big twist to it that I don't want to spoil, but it's essentially like a village, sort of like a village sim. So basically, I have a mechanic right now that I'm just testing, where you go to these empty lots in the village. And if you interact with them, you can build a house there. So what I want to do, what I'm doing now, I want a new villager to move in when the new house is available. So I'm creating a village entrance. So what I'm going to do is, from the village entrance, I'm going to add a trigger, a few triggers on either side for now. It's not going to make sense, but just for the sake of testing, I'm going to do the same in this place. It's interesting. I can see myself getting lost for ages just trying to get the look of something to my liking. Or getting the look of something perfect is definitely something that takes very, very long, you know, sort of arduous process to get everything perfect. But typically the way I would say most games are made at this point is like you basically this is sort of annoyingly in the way, this little node. Move. Typically the way games are made is you kind of just prototype is I guess the word, but really the best way to make a game is to try and very quickly start out by very quickly. The first thing you do is prototype specific mechanics, right? Just like choose a thing you want to do in the game and try and figure out how to do that. Once you've figured out the core mechanics, then what you want to start doing is you basically want to just make the whole game kind of from start to finish in a very sort of fast, rudimentary way where it's almost like just a very advanced prototype that is everything you want to be in the game from start to finish. It doesn't have to be content complete, but it should be like the game as a whole piece, because you kind of need to be able to get a vibe for if the game as a whole is any good or not. You know what I mean? And then you just iterate on it over and over and over and over again. So you're kind of building the game over and over again in a way. But it's the sort of iterative process that allows you to sort of like figure out the quality, because if you just start out by, my game has 10 levels, right? I'm going to start making level 1, and at level 1 you're focusing on just that vertical slice being perfect, and you move on to the next vertical slice. The problem is you end up putting in insane amounts of work, because to get the polish for it to be perfect, like you were saying, for exactly how you want everything to be, basically, if you apply it to everything, not just visuals, that's an insane amount of work, and why it takes years to make games. If you're making just it piece by piece to that level, you might get to level 4 before you realize the game is shit. You know what I mean? So yeah, at the minute, it's just like we're whipping everything up, everything's functional, because I want to get to a point where I have a game to work on instead of essentially just some rudimentary prototypes. Oh no, I just got it. I missed it all. Actually, you didn't miss anything on the game jam. Right now, I did a few hours on the game jam game. We made really good progress. I can show you it in a minute, actually. I was a little bit annoyed yesterday that I didn't have time to work on my own game, so I'm ending the stream just by putting like half an hour to hour in on my main game before I go to bed. So this is my main game that I've been working on for ages. But I will show. In fact, I can easily show you the other game. We've got super far with it. Well, super far for just a few hours. So now we can fire potions and I can create a shadow by firing a potion at this spot. So this is what we did tonight on the jam game. So we're making extremely good progress on that. How do you pick the spot? The spots are going to have to be predetermined. But we'll figure out a way to indicate that. When you think about it, it's not that much of a big deal. It's like there's only going to be certain spots it works. Maybe you could have multiple options. Anyway. If you go through here, I want you to go to larger village exterior. And I'll copy this. I'll put it here and here. And if we go in here, I want to go to village entrance. And we'll copy this event. I'll put it here, here, and here. Ignore the fact that we're a floating arrow right now. Oh. Wait. That's so funny. Is placing us in the trigger area just like automatically. Cool. Yeah, exactly, Zinton. Thanks. So yeah, right now, basically, I'm just working on... I just have this build where I can place houses on these lots. And I want a new villager to move into the village when we add a house. Why the fuck is it this insane transition? But like, it's so bright. I wish we could make it not that bright. That's something else to work on another time, though. All right. What was I just thinking? We can actually give this... a villager sprite for now, so we're not an arrow. So... I already built this mechanic, basically. What we need is... let's have a look at my variables and stuff. We need... villager... yeah, if villager... no. If villager slot is 1. No, what we need is... oh, this could actually work on this, which actually would be perfect. We could have it so... you want like if value or something, right? It's called. If... villager slot is greater than 0. Can I... how did I code this example here? Wait 10 seconds. If total villages are less than 5. Which doesn't... we don't really need to do that. Do I do all this again or do I just copy this over? I'm thinking. This is all such a fucking mess anyway. I think what I should do is I should copy this event and I should create a script that's called like new villager arrives or something like that. And we paste all this shit here. Oh god, it's gonna ask for all the different actors and stuff though. Well, whatever. We don't need to wait for 10 seconds. Let's just wait for like 3 seconds. Doesn't need to matter if the total villages are less than 5. It really doesn't. But whatever. You know what? Let's delete this. I already made a whole system for this. All I think I really need to do is add this here. Add this here. It will need to be tweaked a lot at some point. But for the purposes of what I'm actually doing here. So this, we then just need to do like a if value villager slots greater than 0. Again, we'll reduce the wait time to like 3 seconds or something. So what this is gonna do is this is gonna randomly spawn a villager. And what's gonna happen is it's then gonna move to the center of the screen and say a new villager has arrived. Oh my god, it's actually starting to chug because of all of the fucking script in here a little bit. Right, so yeah, it's gonna select a random color as well of the villager. There's a part of this that was jank. I should be able to basically remove it. Anyway. We then need to do decrease the variable villager slots by 1. Then what it's going to do is one of these 5 actors. So this basically means that if you placed 5 houses down and then you went to the entrance, 5 villagers would move in. That's what essentially what this means. But no more than that. That's how it's set up at the minute. They can obviously be tweaked. it wouldn't really make a difference if you think about how you play a game. You're just like wandering around the village and people will start to move in. But anyway, somewhere here. Something else happens that I'm trying to find. Yeah, we set the position. And then we show it and enable it. But don't we also... Isn't there a variable change somewhere here? If alive, that's what I was looking at. This is what I was looking at. Activate, yeah. Is there no way I can search for where alive is referenced here? I think it's actually like, if not alive, oh, set to alive. Okay, there we go. So what I want to do is, I want to, instead of all of this happen, if we're at the position, if we're alive, if we're not alive, set it to alive. Then if we're alive, you'll say like, wait 1 second. Instead of having it move in a random direction, we just move to 08, something like that. And I think if I do this, We can do hide actor. Disable collisions. Move to 0017. And then set alive to false. Will this work? We're hiding a player somehow, somewhere in this scene. Init. Also, this player villager shit. Delete that. Oh, hang on. Yeah, definitely delete that. Right, let me see if this works now. So nothing should happen. Build a house. Oh, it's taking us to the other room still. Okay. There's a lot of code running there that doesn't need to be running, which is why it's running like shit. Because that was a previous prototype I was working on for AI that just gave up on because it's unnecessary. Boom. It works. Now things are gonna get super crazy because if I do this, it's going to oh, that's not a big deal. Right, so a random villager moves in, right? Right, this is fine. But if it's now going to do another one because there's another slot, but this guy is just going to be part of the previous prototype where he's firing arrows that tells you what direction he's going in, and this is the AI test that I was doing. So he's just randomly wandering around, which is like so fucking jank and weird. Basically, I originally had this idea of what if villagers just had AI and they would like wander around the village and stuff like that. And the problem was, well, let me see if I can actually create the problem. It would be kind of funny. You can see the game looks like shit in that room, and it's because of all of the AI stuff. Oh. What? Okay. Let's reset. If in this room we put a house on every lot, multiple villages will move in, but only one's gonna go into a house. And the other ones are gonna keep running this AI routine that I gave up on. So the reason why I gave up on this is because eventually they could end up getting stuck on each other. So the reason why the game was like shit in this room is because I ended up running so many scripts and stuff. Bearing in mind when I say so many, in the grand scheme of a video game, it's nothing. It's just literally just because we're dealing with a Game Boy here. So it's just too much for it to handle. So you can see like they start to like bug out now because they're all like stuck. And so I kept like trying to script my way out of this. To, like make you see how they're trying to escape. That's like what the scripting that I've done is. Oh, they've actually shook themselves free. But sometimes they'll just get stuck in this sort of animation. And it's just, yeah, it's a mess. And anyway, scripting around this, I just felt like I can get it to work and stuff. And I've had more polished versions of the villager AI like this. But it's honestly so much work to do within like the whole Game Boy ecosystem. And the Game Boy like can basically barely handle it. Which is why everything runs like shit in here with all this slowdown. I was like, do you know what? This is so dumb. Because this is just based on the concept that you could have a massive room or massive exterior part of the village where you could just allow villagers to wander around doing whatever. Whereas really, it doesn't need to work like that. You can literally just be like, this villager hangs out at this spot, and he can wander around within a certain set of patterns that can still look natural. And then another villager is in another spot. The only reason this whole AI thing that ran like shit was necessary was purely because I created a random possibility that villagers could end up bumping into each other and moving on top of each other. Whereas it makes a lot more sense to just, instead of coding your way out of a problem you've designed your way into, it makes a lot more sense to just design the game so that villagers are never in a situation where they would overlap like that. If that makes sense. I really like this though. I'm kind of curious as to whether or not the direction he's facing is still set to random. Doesn't look like it, but that's fine. Well, we've accomplished one task. That's enough for tonight. I don't want to get carried away on this game either. One game at a time, eh? make a villager entrance scene and make a new villager move into a buildable house. I don't even think I'm going to check those off. I'm just going to leave it there. But we'll do a commit. And I will say... villager arrive when new house built. All right, guys, I'm gonna leave it there for tonight. Oh, thanks, Jeffrey. I really appreciate that. I'm glad you've been enjoying it, mate. I'll be continuing on tomorrow. The last hour, we've basically just spent just doing a quick hour on my game. But the 3 hours before that, we spent working on the Game Jam game. So every day until Wednesday, when the deadline is, we're going to be doing game dev streams. To make sure I get the Game Jam game finished. But usually every day I make sure I do at least something to progress my game that I've been working on for ages, that I'm like super serious about. So I wanted to last night I didn't have a chance because we did so much yesterday. So I wanted to at least get an hour in on my game after working on the Jam game. Yeah, so tomorrow I'll definitely be streaming more game development. And we'll be carrying on with the Jam game. I keep thinking I don't want to put people off in the community that are not interested in the game dev stuff. So I keep being concerned, like, I don't want to bombard people with like just game dev streams and game dev streams and game dev streams, which is why I did a Valheim stream before the game dev stream today, because I feel like if I alternate, then we're going to keep everybody happy. But at a certain point, in order to have the time to really do well in this game jam, we need to dedicate a lot of time to working on the game. So I might just randomly do a long game dev stream tomorrow so we can make a lot of progress on the Jam game. Instead of doing Valheim. I need at least a couple of days during doing this game jam where the full day is spent working on the game jam game, because I'm already making it a challenge to make a game in 7 days instead of everyone else's 14 that they've had in the game jam, because that's the point of doing this challenge. I don't want to only have spent a few hours each day. So I think tomorrow we'll do a long game jam stream. But yeah. Night Sea Wage, thanks for watching. You was lurking while at work, so I couldn't chat much. No worries, bud. I'm super happy with our progress with the Jam game. Maybe we'll show it one more time before we log off for the evening, because it is pretty cool. So yeah, obviously the game jam theme is alchemy, shadows and alchemy. So we're trying to make a game where we can make potions. Both the games I'm working on here are Game Boy games. Yeah, we want to be able to make potions, and you throw the potions to create shadows to get past enemies and stuff. So we can fire potions, and if we fire at this specific spot, we create a shadow, which is pretty cool. And it's actually works really nice. Like, there was a few like little buggy bits about it. We've actually fixed a couple of bugs, which I honestly shouldn't be bug fixing at this point. We should be focusing on just getting it done. But I'm super happy about how smooth this is working so far. So we'll be continuing on with this tomorrow. Thank you for all I do. Oh, you're very welcome, Jeffrey. It's very nice of you to say, bud. Thanks for checking it out. Night Asmo. Was listening. I was playing Jade Empire. Oh, what's that? That sounds cool. Got your Valheim and your game jam earlier. Oh, awesome. Thanks, dude. Amazing to see this project start to finish. Thank you for explaining your creative and problem-solving process. Captivating. Oh, guys, this is honestly... I was so worried that people wouldn't give a shit about me doing this. And it absolutely warming my heart that there's actually each day getting more and more people from the community that are loving it. So that is so cool. Thank you so much. Yeah, like I said, I think I've been conscious of like, I wanted to alternate between like usual content, new content, usual content, new content, just so people don't freak out too much with the new stuff. But at the end of the day, a game jam is temporary. It's only going on for a few more days. And I am going to have to do some full days work in order to make a game in a week. I'm taking it very casually. The reason that I don't take it casually is because I made a game in like 24 hours for a game jam once, which was fucking ridiculous. So I'm confident about it. But really, we should start spending some full days on it. And I shouldn't be like worried about, oh, people are going to be mad they're not getting Valheim content. It's temporary and this is fun, right? So, yeah. I really hope that once the game jam is over, people are going to be interested in tuning in and seeing me work on my game. Even if I just do it once or twice a week or something. The plan is entering this game jam and streaming it every day, making a game in 7 days is sort of the launch of the idea of me doing game dev content. I'll make a video about it once the process is over. And then after it's over, you know, I'll continue on just with other content. But then we can maybe regularly sort of do a game dev stream of me working on my game or other game dev projects. And we can also enter some other game jams and do this all over again if people love it. So that's the plan. And thank you so much for being supportive of it. I'll see you guys tomorrow for a long game dev stream for the jam game. All right. Thank you so much. Hopefully, it's actually weird, by the way, that both game dev streams we haven't had these audio issues, but I do need to get that fixed at some point. But anyway, I'll see you guys tomorrow for some more game development. Yeah, if anyone has any ideas as well, before, like PirateSoftware has this system set up on his stream when he does game dev, where he basically does like a game dev AMA, where if you'd like donate $5 or more, you get put in like an AMA queue of text to speech, and he like answers questions. He works his way down the queue to answer any question about game development, so that everyone gets their questions answered, basically. And if he doesn't manage to answer your question, you like donate some money to charity or something like that. I don't know if it necessarily needs to be for money or whatever, but I don't know if people will be interested in a similar thing. Or any ideas you guys have for these streams. Yeah, let me know in the comments or whatever, or in the next stream. But anyway, I'm rambling. I'm talking absolute nonsense, so probably just ignore 90% of what I'm saying since it's 4 in the morning. Well, at least it's not 5 like it was last night. All right, guys. Thanks for watching. I'll see you tomorrow for some more game development. Night.